Let me just make sure we're fine. There. I apologize that you don't have sound for the game right now, but it doesn't have an option to have sound on in the background, unfortunately. There we go. I hope the music isn't too loud. It seems a bit loud. Turning it down one peg. That seems a lot less overpowering. Good. I love to see that we're already dropping frames. I set the bitrate a bit lower before starting the stream. But hey, nothing like a good quality stream where you drop 12% of frames immediately. Anyways, so as you can see, I've played the game before. It's been a couple of days since I played through it, I don't know, 2 or 3. Actually, it was Tuesday night because I had to be up for an appointment and I wasn't tired, so I started playing it at like 10, and then like I finished it just about when the appointment was due. So yeah, just in one sitting played through the entire game. And today we're going to do an umbrella run, which is a challenge given by the game, where you basically have to play through the entire game with nothing but an umbrella as your weapon. As you can see, we have tutorials and stuff. I better remember how to play the game, otherwise it would be embarrassing. But the first thing we have to do in this run is actually get the umbrella, which, if I recall, is up here somewhere. I'm wrong. It's here somewhere. Maybe it's up there. I think we have to go through this little cutscene first before we can get it. I am not reading all the text because I don't like reading aloud, and the game doesn't have that much text, so just skip through it slowly and you can read it on your own. So now we're gonna go grab our umbrella. And the first thing I'll point out is we will talk about the umbrella stats, because they honestly aren't all that bad. And we can see by the background being red, that means the challenge is currently enabled. And it will stay enabled until we unequip it. But look at the stats in the bottom right. You see the damage is 0.5, swings is 3, that's the combo, range is 2.5, and swing time is 0.4. That is the exact same stats as the default sword, but you deal half damage. So it's already not all that terrible. And if you look in the top left, we have our spell, the arrow. That thing's damage is not actually reduced by the umbrella. So we are just going to heavily rely on magic in this run, which is pretty much just the way I played it casually anyways. What I should have done is look at some movement tech. I think rolling is faster. It feels faster, but I'm not sure. I also haven't decided yet if we are going to go for 100% in the run. So, as you... anyways. So, as you just saw, I shot an arrow, and in the top left, that cost me magic. But whenever you hit something, with anything, you get 1 magic back for everything you hit. So, that's why we're going for magic, because magic is pretty much just the same as it is anyways. We're just gonna do less magic while less damage while recharging our magic. I rolled right into it. Oh, it's already broken. That's the first mini boss already dead. Or the first, technically it's the first real proper boss, because it does give us a giant soul, I guess. But it's the tutorial boss, so it hardly counts. Do they follow me? 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Oh, but they can't cross this bit. Okay. Maybe we can grab some more though. Well, probably not, because they probably all can't cross the metal. Maybe they don't want to follow? I don't know. There's an achievement for having 10 of those follow you at once. And I was kind of thinking, hey, maybe I can get it right at the start. Because it's an achievement I haven't gotten yet. Because it just, you know, never paid attention to the achievements until I was done with the game. So just not something I did. There we go. Conga line achievement got. Hell yeah. Now there's only 3 left to the umbrella run. Another one that we have to do later, which I'm not gonna spoil. And one more that I keep forgetting, I think. I think that was 4. Yeah. Anyways, if you hit switches and stuff like that, that also gives you magic back. So it's pretty important to... it's pretty easy to keep your magic up. The life seeds, as it says, we can plant them in a pot, and it gives us health. We want to do that as much as possible, because that is tied to some endgame stuff. Like to some true ending stuff. So we basically want to plant... We want to fill every pot with a seed. There's... like... There is enough seeds to fill every pot. Can pick that up later. There was a little red thing on the floor. That's basically some souls for leveling up. But 200 wouldn't be enough to level up anyways. You collected a massive soul energy. Soul energy can be spent for upgrades. These red things always give us 100. We have a second life seed. And these are the only way to heal, but if you die, you respawn relatively close, usually, like at the start of the screen, with full health and magic, so dying's not all that bad in this game. The red thing we just picked up is a key we are going to need for the locked door that we passed a bit earlier. Let me show the funny sign thing that the game does. Can these guys, they have the like mask backpacks, you can destroy those. You have to hit them a lot for that though. I'm used to shorter recovery times from the last playthrough. Let me show off on that guy that you can break their backpacks. There. It's obviously not worth the time investment to break up their backpacks. If you could just, you know, smash them. I unfortunately cannot turn off the camera movement on range attack. You know. Even though it is, for me as well, a bit distracting. Is there a pickup over here? He's teaching us that we have heavy attacks, which we're never going to use. Because first of all, like a charged heavy attack does a lot of damage. I think it does like 4 times, a fully charged does like 4 times the amount of damage a normal attack does. You don't have time to charge those most of the time. And it's not worth it for this playthrough specifically because our weapon does poop damage anyways. Rolling attacks, on the other hand, might be worth it. Because they're still heavies, and heavies, like an uncharged heavy does like 2 times normal damage. But they're much quicker. As you can see, we have uncharged heavies, and then hear the little noise of fully charged heavy. In In my opinion, they aren't very important. I use them a little, like the same with the rolling attacks, but you can just do a normal combo out of a roll, which is fine. The big issue with heavies is that they have a long recovery afterwards. And obviously, if you have time to invest into charging a heavy and you land it, that's a good thing. But if you then get hit afterwards, that's kind of bad, because health is very limited mid-fights in this game. Your fights really have to be somewhat clean. Let's go here first. I think this is a dead end. We found more souls. We have over 400, that's enough for the first upgrade. I think the upgrades are 400, 600, 800, 1000, 1500. This infrastructure has a twin. Secret hidden lies within. Yeah, that's a hint that did absolutely nothing for me casually, because I did not recognize the twin. Aim god. Right here. I'm gonna try and pick up all the life seeds just while walking through, but there's a good chance I miss some, because I didn't pay that much attention to where they all were. I just picked up most of them. I think I was missing like 4 when I was done with my playthrough. What was much harder for me was finding the pots to place them in, because I in my head I always was like, I don't know if those are limited, so I want to keep them for pots where I really need them. And so at the end I had like 14 left over, and I was like, okay, maybe I should have placed more of them, and then I just had to run around and find the pots to put them in. Here's a secret that I found casually as well, because it's not particularly well hidden, but always difficult with secrets, right? You want to hide them well, so it feels rewarding to find them, but you don't want to hide them too well, especially with something like this, because it's kind of important that it is found, because it is a vitality crystal, which, if we find 4 of our heart pieces, we will increase our life. And as you might have seen on my 100% file, there are only 8 life crystal shards. So maximum health is only 50% more than we have right now, which is not a whole lot compared to a Zelda game where you start with like 3 hearts usually and end with 20. Or I think 16 is for the handheld titles. Anything pickable down here? No, I don't think so. You can stand on this guy's head. Oh, I missed it. You can stand on this guy's head. There. Does it do anything? No. Is it funny? A little. can deflect certain projectiles. Almost all of them. I think the only thing you can't deflect specifically is arrows. Maybe I just never did it. This right here is the twin, which I just realized I already missed. We are going to have to go back for that. Oh, actually, not even that true. I mean, we are going to have to come back for that, but it's not that far because it's right down here, and this is where we picked up the key. This right here. The twin is right down here. Shifts the camera and then you see the entrance, and then here's one of our first, I think they're called shinies? Or an undying blossom. Its stagnant aura is telling of the strange state of this island. They are here, shiny things. You can look at them. They have descriptions. Some of them do stuff. A few of them do stuff. Like a handful. Now we're fighting Alexander. That mini boss is, I think, the one that gave me the most trouble in my casual playthrough, which might just be because he was the first one. Because like he doesn't have, you know, that hard mechanics. With this, he pushes us away and he does the laser, but you can really just walk in the circle. But as you can see, I can't really approach him at this time, so... Could have put some arrows into him. I let go of the movement stick, so I rode into him instead of the direction I wanted to go. There we go. Be kinda neat if we get this to be a deathless playthrough, but I'm not banking on it. We did put flowers down, but didn't need them, so I can go back and heal up. A bit further back than I thought. Could be down here though, right? Somewhere? I think? Hello? There they are. I was a bit worried that I misremembered already. it's not super important that we are full health, because normal enemies, well, normal enemies can be challenging, but generally speaking, they are quite simple. We can get some magic back, and there it says again, this is the way to Overgrown Ruins. And this side would tell me that this is the way to the summit. Because as it turns out, we are actually playing Celeste. I don't think we have a seed for this. We don't. That's no problem. I'm going to be able to pick that up in a second. But first, we have to go through some lore. I actually have to check. Can you guys see the full text boxes, or am I in the way? Yeah. Maybe pay attention to that now. Yeah, you should be able to see all of them, even if they're at the bottom. I don't think you can do them in any order. Even though he presents it like you can. So I guess you could kill the bosses in any order, but you have to visit the areas in a predetermined order. Because you need something you can get where the old witch lives to go to where the Overgrown Ruins is. From the ruins you get something that I believe you need to get to where the last thing is. He basically, what he just said is he clocked us over the head and stole the giant soul that was our target. Stole it from us, and now he says, well, get fucked, kid. I stole it from you, but you still need to help me because otherwise you're going to die eventually. We're just like, okay, sure, I mean, I guess. Not like I have a choice, asshole. That's something the game never tells you about. Then you have to figure out for yourself that you have to slam into those. It's... I would say it's fairly well implied, because it's very obvious that it does something, because it's here and it's right there where you can't reach otherwise, up there, right? But the game never tells you that you have this drop attack. Ever. It never comes up, it's never relevant. Or it's never tutorialized, I mean. So, chances are you might not even realize you have it. We don't have a seat for the spot, do we? Nope. was the first shiny I found in my casual playthrough. Because it's not trying particularly well to hide. It's just a pot full of incense. It's a clock tower. That thing's relevant way later. Like, way later. And this leads us basically back to the start. Well, not quite to the start, but back to our dear friend Holstead or whatever his name is. I think it's Stedhone. As a play on headstone. These things usually take 2 hits from the normal sword. And they're a bit dodgy, so shooting them makes it easier. This is progress, but we are going to go down here because I don't remember. Yeah, see? These souls, good pickup. And this just leads back to the starting room. And then as you can see right here, spider webs. We can't cut through them. They are made of spider steel. So that's something that might be relevant later. Mayhaps a collectible? I actually don't remember what's behind that. Probably a life crystal or something. This game, unfortunately, you cannot get around having to backtrack for pickups. So, if you want to go for 100%, you will have to backtrack. Which is fine, because you're most likely going to miss stuff anyways on your first time through an area. And, you know, I personally had enough fun with the game to want to 100% it. I didn't like just... I don't 100% games I don't enjoy, basically. Like, I like going for achievements, but I don't care enough about achievements to the point where I would do something that I absolutely hate just to get the achievement done. Which is why I'm glad that the Umbrella run is actually quite comfy. You're just gonna do poop melee damage, that's all. Still gonna do just fine with your other methods. These doors lead us back home. This is obviously the second door we found. The first one was in the cemetery. This one right here. That's on top of it when you go there. But we didn't go through that one because at the time where we found it, we didn't have enough souls to get anything. And here we can increase our combat abilities. Thing is, strength, as you see, as you can read, increases the damage done with melee weapons as well as their reach. The reach would be nice. And we might put some points into this later on. But the damage obviously isn't going to matter that much. Then we have haste, which is movement speed and quicker rolls. That one's really nice. But what's going to be important is magic, which increases the damage of our spells, which is our main damage source. We're gonna put a pointer to this immediately. And dexterity, which increases the attack speed of our melee weapon, which means we are going to be able to build up new magic points quicker. I think I'm going to just go into... Actually, does it increase the charge time? Yeah. Dexterity also reduces the charge time, so we're getting dexterity equally. I was like, was it a magic or was it in dexterity? No, it's in dexterity. Because as you like, if I just spam B, that's this. You have to charge them a little bit. The arrow obviously charges really quickly, so generally not an issue to get these in, but the other spells, especially the third one you get, takes quite a while to charge, so having some dexterity for that is nice. As you have read, and if you have played Dark Souls before, he is obviously Sigmar. He's the kind dunce that always needs help with everything. I never actually tried to figure out if... So much for the Deathless playthrough. That's fine. I was derping around with trying to figure out if the fire arrows do more damage or whatever. Doesn't matter. Like I said, deaths aren't very punishing in this game. All progress you did gets saved. With the exception of enemies respawning. You know. But just about all progress gets saved, I guess. Archers are honestly the hardest thing to avoid because they have the fastest projectiles. That's the only reason. I don't think we have another life seed. We don't. Yeah, these purple pots explode. And as you might be able to see, explosions break these... Whoops. Break these walls that have these... the teal shimmer on them. We're going to go back and plant a seed in the pot that we walked past. We're going to pick that seed up as well. That was one of the ones that I actually missed in my casual playthrough. I just didn't see it. But the fact that it's quite easy to pick up also, yeah, you can just walk through bushes. That's something you have to do later on. I don't think that's something we had to do yet, but through these bushes you can walk, you just can't walk through the hedges. So they were sneaky and put these in, so it blends a bit, you know? It's quite neat. I think it's a neat way to hide something, because it's just hiding in plain sight, right? It's just there, and you're just either gonna have to figure it out, or you're gonna realize later, oh, that's how it works. Should have used the plant too. It takes a while after putting in the seed. It takes like a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, before you can actually use the plant. And I'm impatient as fuck, so I just walked away from it. As you can see, enemies only give very little souls. With some reach, if you range it properly, you can melee attack them without taking explosive damage. But generally speaking, you are going to take explosive damage if you melee attack those. Could have shown you. But enemies also take explosive damage, and that's a lot. A lot of damage these pots do. Let me read the plaque too. Plaque? Garden of Peace! They just tell us where we are currently, pretty much. Garden of whatever. Hurrah! I do not want your brain soup. Thanks. I'm not gonna go look for mushrooms, I'm just gonna max range those. And there, these pots, they have a projectile come out. But if you just double attack, you usually just swing the projectile away. So if they're in your way, you really don't have to worry about them too much. More if you accidentally break them. Because these projectiles always go for you. They don't go for enemies. Until you hit them back, at which point they can damage enemies. This here is a puzzle where one of the shinies that I mentioned that does something actually gives you the clue to this. You have to inspect it, and on the back of it is the clue. I'm thinking about if we want to do it right now or if we just sequence break it. I don't quite remember the code. I don't think I do, at least. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's these 5 pots. I'm pretty sure. I don't quite remember the order. Maybe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that wouldn't work anyways, probably. I'm gonna try it like once or twice more. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think number 5 was on the left. Whatever. We're going to find the clue later on. It'll be fine. As you saw up there, there's breakable walls that we can't get past yet anyway, so we need to backtrack for it anyways. Just walked into the enemies without paying attention. Actually, I should have walked over where the secret was that we didn't do yet. I should have walked further there because there's another thing we can get yet. What does this say? The Garden of Love. Okay, I don't think I ever read that one. This one says Family Tomb or something. Yeah. And basically the dancing couple on top of it is your first hint. It just looks like a dead end at first look, but they sneakily hid more bushes in here. Then back here is another crystal. Shard, but as you can tell, this one isn't green, it's red. It is our first magic shard, which there are also 8 of in the game. They are, in my opinion, much less important just of how easy it is to get magic points. You just whack something and you get a point. And you are going to do whacking anyways. And before we enter the manor, we're going to go the right way as well. Even though there's a lot we can't do there yet, there's still some pickups we can grab. I am mainly looking for souls and life seeds. This is one of the harder enemies too. The guy with the thunder thighs. So I guess, to be fair, if you just figured out that you can walk around them, they lose a lot of thread. But still, their attacks are fast enough to catch you in even a single attack's recovery, so... Fuck off. Should be dead after these arrows, but still, that wasn't a good fight. He is not. Good. Can't have that much left in them. You can... Like, the enemies don't have health bars, obviously, but they get these cracks in them, and the more cracked and redder they get, the closer to death they are. But yeah, I think these guys are hard. Probably harder than any of the bosses, actually, because they just have worse tells. Just have to, you basically have to feel their timings out. Instead of having a tell to react to. Don't think we find any life seeds. We did. How convenient. You are an avid Zelda player, and you can tell, there's 4 braziers that aren't lit. Braziers? I'm not sure. 4 lamps that aren't lit. that are ordered in a square pattern. They might be relevant later, but we don't have anything to make fire yet, so... I was hoping he can just roll down into the water. That was very poorly executed by myself. Should be fine. I should be able to kill a mage without getting hit. They aren't the most difficult enemy. You generally have enough downtime after teleporting, and if you just get in their face, they don't do much. But yeah, the rogue staggers, they would actually be the optimal choice for a magic weapon to use, because they do less damage per hit. But they hit a lot quicker, which means you would build up magic faster. We can't use them, obviously, because this is an umbrella run. Also, they have the highest DPS in the game. Because they hit for 0.2 less than the sword, they hit for 0.8 instead of 1. But you can hit with them 6 times really quick. So 3 times. So if you can get an entire combo out, they do a lot more damage than the sword. But finding an opportunity to get out like all the attacks is pretty hard. You'd need to do at least 4 to be better than the sword. I don't know why the screen flashes are still on for this, because I'm pretty sure I turned screen flashes off. Enemy flashes are on, but full screen flashes, which is what that does, are off. Because I hate full screen flashes. Don't have enough to get an upgrade. We don't get fully healed if we go back, so there is no point in actually going through the door. Activating it obviously does something. The thing it does is it's active. But I think it sets our checkpoint too. So we probably would respawn there if we died. But I'm certain there won't be too many deaths. How did this work? I think one of the pots was an enemy, yeah. I'm actually hearing all this music for the first time. It's quite pleasant. Let me toggle full screen flashes on and off maybe. Will it get better if I... Oh, they're still there. I mean, they're not terrible. That's like the only thing in the game that does it. And it's not frequent. I still don't like them. Yeah, the idea for the one at the table that I shot from the stairs, by the way, is that you land here and then shoot over there, but you can just do it from the stairs. That's what I did casually too. And then here we learn that fire destroys spider webs. We haven't found another life seed, did we? We did! Great. I actually wanted to watch the speedrun after finishing my playthrough, because it's something I've been wanting to see for a while anyways. But these guys gave me a lot of trouble in my first playthrough. Or less these guys specifically and more the enemies they usually spawn with, which is a ton. I don't think I've ever seen that attack. Oops. They only take damage in their tongue. Ow. I was looking over at OBS. I don't know when the pots reset. That's still something I haven't figured out after an entire playthrough. Because, like, they reset after a while. They're not one-time use forever. The game is difficult, but it's not mean about it. The game is reasonably difficult. I don't want to get rid of the projectile guy. Oh, there's a cool secret coming up. First of all, careful, these guys explode if they run into you. But here's a secret in this room, and if you... I just found it by accident because I was looking at the bathtub, and I was trying to figure out if I could get into the bathtub. Which you can't, but as you saw, I just rolled something off the shelf, and there's another pot right here that is invisible, and you can only see it in the reflection of the floor. That opens this door, which leads to another shrine. That's actually the first magic shard I found casually. It just is the same line all the time. It's, hey, here's a magic shard. If we find 2 more, there's... get more magic. Luckily there's some more health to be had, because we're going to have to fight another one of these Tong guys. Right in here. This is the fight that I died on the most in the entire game, believe it or not. This one took me like 5 tries to be on my first playthrough. Also, that thing, the Kong enemy guy, looks so much like a fucking Digimon. Like, if you told me that's a Digimon, I would believe you. Might be able to tell what my problem with this fight was. Casually, I mean. I give you a hint, it's the infinitely respawning enemies. Because by this time I only fought this type of enemy like once or maybe twice before. I don't quite remember the order in which I did these. And they do have a lot more mechanics than most other enemies. They aren't difficult by themselves. But if you have to deal with other enemies at the same time, it might get a bit overwhelming. And so I died a couple times in that fight. Even though it's, like, if you just take your time, it's not that bad. That's the door we came from. That guy just isn't hard. He just does one attack. As long as you don't get clowned on by it, you should be fine. That was greedy. I wanted to... I'd lose the fourth shot, and I decided I'd rather get hit than fall down, and then I fell down anyway, so that wasn't worth it. Anyways, we can pick up the soul right here. I would have just dropped down on the way back, but doesn't matter now. wizard unfortunately doesn't respawn. Have to deal with him here. Here's another shiny. And the weirdest, most out of the way planter in the entire game. I tried to shoot this one twice and I missed my shot on the other one. You probably can't see anything in the dark. I'm just getting dicked on. I'm used to these things dying in one hit. Alright. Yeah, we want to set the braziers on fire to make our way over here. Because obviously this room is dark and we can't see shit. I'm gonna take this a bit more carefully. Don't want to die right here. He says as he almost dies because he's stuck on an enemy. As you see, the main reason we need to do this is because of the spider webs, but if we died all the braziers, I should really look this up. Because one of the two I think is a bra. I think brazier is the lamb. Anyways, a soul. All it is. It's 100, which is nice, because 100 otherwise is 50 enemy kills. Because most enemies drop 2 souls. So, they are really important to pick up. For the planter. And this plant is still not regrown. I do not know what the factor for that is. Maybe going back into the death realm? Maybe dying. What you gonna do, old lady? Fight me? Murderer. Really? Does he respawn if I leave the room? I want to try something out. He doesn't. I wanted to try out if you can kite him into this. Not that it matters because we want to come down here anyways for the soul. Not like it would be a major time save or anything. You can tell the projectile pods with enemies apart from the ones without, because the ones with enemies have like tiny legs or something sticking out the top. So these both don't have enemies. And then I'll point the next one out that does. Also, same goes for these purple ones. The ones with the cork on top are the ones without enemies, and the ones without the cork don't have enemies inside them. Right. Confuses my little brain. Can you actually do this? You can. You're supposed to do it from here. Which, once again, not that big a deal. And you're supposed to do this. This is just a shortcut ladder. Not that important. But you know, gotta do it for completion. Actually don't. Doesn't matter if you use those. This fight was also difficult. Because it's the same as the last time, but with mages. Ow. I wonder if reflective projectiles scale with any stat. Obviously the mages are much less of a hazard than the other guys because they don't get in the way of your damage. Whereas the other guys constantly up your bum. And now something that's a bit unfortunate in my opinion is that sometimes in this game you do have quite a bit of backtracking to do for no reason. I mean, in this case they put the witch there, so we have some, you know, interaction. But, you know, it's usually fine. And then some have like shortcuts, like the one in the attic we had where we just dropped down back here. You know, it's not like there aren't any shortcuts. They didn't put any thought into it or anything. That's why he's called Pothead. He also likes to do the weed. This mechanic with the doors where you have to find 4 other perished reapers is something we're going to have to do a couple more times. As you see, we are back in our hub world, and this would lead back to where we have been before. If we explored around a bit, we could have found this place, which was locked and we couldn't go there. But this is where what we're actually looking for. The treasure chest. Yay, treasure! Oh no. It's a mimic. We might die the first time around. These fights are hard because it's a lot of enemies. Like a lot of enemies. You usually don't fight that much at once. So you can pace the fights a bit better to your liking because, you know, you have an angle of attack that's different. I was looking at the stuff I was shooting at instead of myself. First mistake when playing a bullet hell, look at the game and not yourself. Whatever. Didn't realize he was already casting a spell. Yeah, I just got completely clowned on in the second fight. Second fight. Luckily, you can just retry these fights. It says avarice, by the way, because I've just realized I've been hiding the A with my big old noggin. Part of the A. We did it. And now, as a reward, we get a verb. A gift to a fellow crow to aid you on your quest. flame spell acquired. Press D-pad left to the flame spell and up for the fire spell. So, fire spell needs a bit longer to charge, but it pierces enemies. From what I can tell, it does the same damage as the arrow, but it sets stuff on fire, which is good, because we need that for puzzles. There's a couple things we can grab. One of which I think is we can immediately get the upgrade for the fire spell. I believe there's nothing in our way. A Reaper's Abandoned Logbook, yeah, that's more lore. Some strange things were happening over at the Witch's Manor. Come with me, little guy. I need you for something. Another achievement we can grab real quick. Not exactly something you can just do on the way, but it is something that is missable. We have to bring a little guy through this gate. No threat detected. Achievement got. Yeah. Obviously you can't do that immediately because the little forest spirits aren't here at the beginning of the game. And later on you can't finish that or do that for a different reason. Which I will, if I recall, point out when we get there. So that's an achievement that is missable. And aside from the umbrella and the boss achievements, the only achievement that is missable. So there's like 4 missable achievements. The umbrella is technically missable because you can just not equip it immediately and then you just can't do quest or the achievement, you know. Yeah, we're going for magic 2 and dexterity 2. It's all we're going to level. Once they get too expensive, we might start leveling haste. We are not leveling strength at all this run. There's just no point. But as I said, we might be able to get to immediately get the upgrade for the fire spell. And if I remember correctly, that upgrade is in this thing where the spider web was. We couldn't get past earlier. We're gonna need some magic. Don't mind me while I kick this guy's butt. But I believe this is... nope, that's not where we get the fire spell. That is actually something we cannot complete as of yet. We can make our way into it. I don't know how far we can get. As you can see, fire spell pretty good. Takes slightly longer to charge than the arrow. Like noticeably longer, but not to an amount that makes it bad. Like it can just be your primary spell instead of the arrow. You know, there's nothing speaking against it. In fact, if you have the upgrade, there's things speaking for that. So I guess if you have the upgrade, then spamming it is not necessarily all that amazing. We're going to do this. We can't finish it. Relatively certain we can't finish it at least. Oh, that's not great. Ooh. I didn't want to wake up all of them. That's the problem with the piercing spell, obviously, but that's a very limited issue. That's not something you're gonna run into all the time. I don't have a plan for this. Good, I didn't miss. I was a bit afraid that if I missed, because then I had to fight more bugs, and I don't want to. I'm not too concerned about... Oh shit, there's a mini-boss fight. I forgot about this completely. Yeah, that's fine. That is completely okay. We start at the beginning of the area, I think. I'm going to start here. Does that mean I would have to redo the entire thing? Nope. Okay. We can just reattempt the fight, probably. I was a little bit surprised with how far back it restarted us. I would have thought it will just restart us in the script. Got a bit stuck on the backpack. That's the mini boss that I was referring to. There we go. I can see fights taking quite a while later on, and we obviously can't do this yet because, I mean, we can't reach either of the braziers. braziers. There is an upgrade behind us. Obviously that would be a lot of work for just a shiny, but it is not the upgrade I was looking for. This old compass unfortunately doesn't do anything, at least from what I could tell. It was a bit disappointing. But hey, as a reward we get some souls and we come out next to one of the pots we already grew. That means the thing I was looking for was the other spider web thing, I believe, which was en route to the next area, or the area we are currently in. I'm going there and I'm looking, and if it's not that, then I'm just gonna ignore the fact that we could get the upgrade already. Or I guess at that point we wouldn't be able to get the upgrade already, because then I'd be wrong about where the upgrade was, but it'll be fine. Because if you guys remember, I pointed out this spider web earlier. Couldn't get past, but now we have portable fire. So this, as you can already tell by the icon, will be an upgrade to the fire spell we have just also recently obtained. These guys basically have like 2 attacks. They have the a bit more, I guess. They have the jump slam, and then they have the ground slam, which they do a spin attack around afterwards. This one, or the stab attack. This one will be the spin attack. The stab attack gives you the biggest opening. And for this, they put like a stun circle on you. For that you just have to mash any button, like 6 or 7 times, and then you get out of it. Oh my god, I'm rolling into every goddamn fireball. Yeah, the fireballs are the hardest part about this fight, honestly. In my opinion, at least. Like, the projectiles that circle them make this fight so difficult. Everything else, every other attack they have is really easy. And one fireball is manageable, right? Like, especially if they jump, the fireballs just start behaving so weirdly. And I should really just accept the fact that I can't punish the jump once there's 2 fireballs, or even 1. Just only punish the stab. And stop rolling into the fireballs and walking into them. Fantastic, great, good, good. So last time I did these fights I was way stronger. But I do want the upgrade early on. Because there's absolutely no reason I shouldn't be able to get it. And that my damage is a bit whack, I guess. Jump attack. Nope. You can just shoot spells like normally when they do that like little stun effect on you. You just can't roll or a normal attack. What was that? That looked weird. I think he tried to do a jump attack, but at the same time he wanted to summon his last fireball. Disagree with the fact that my arrows just flew right through him. And I died for it. Like, to me that looked like they flew straight through his hitbox. You know, just saying. I rolled it with the fucking fireball again. I'm just gonna off myself. I don't want to do the rest of the fight with 2 hit points. No, I cancelled the retry because I wanted to spam a projectile out immediately. Of course he's starting with a jump this time. Oh my god, can you stop, please? Fuck off, I rolled that. I hate that the fireballs can hit me in my roll iframes. That was good. Maybe I should come back later when I do damage. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna do insane damage in this entire run at all. Fuck me. Keep rolling into the fucking fireballs. I would just stop doing that. I would have won this fight like 10 minutes ago. I rolled under that. I didn't even know that thing had a fucking damage hitbox. Oh god. Yeah, whatever. Don't fucking kill me. See, the problem with this is that I need to go in close to get my magic charges. But if I get in close, I get clowned on by the fireballs because I suck. God, stop doing the jump attack just for your fucking iframes. That's so annoying. I rolled under it again. See, the thing is, if I get too far away, he's doing the jump attack, which has iframes on it, like 2 whole seconds of iframes. So he keeps dodging my arrows, and if my arrows don't hit, I don't do damage. So I have to get somewhat close, even to shoot him with the arrows. But even then, he's doing the fucking jump attack. I don't know why he suddenly started doing the jump. Fuck off. Oh my god, eat my entire ass! Getting so mad. This fight isn't even hard. Like, it's not even difficult. He has no fucking mechanics. Is that a kill? Or is that a soft block? Okay. Give me a second. Just wanna, you know. Does he respawn if I fall down? No. Cool. I'm just gonna kill myself real quick. Yes, I would like to try again. I hate how the fireballs move. It's so ass. Like, normally they're fine, but if they're in, like, a... Like, if he crosses them with a jump, they do this shit. Where they just move wherever the fuck they feel like. Where they think they should be in his rotation cycle. You should just stick with them. At least that way they would be consistent. Fuck off. Yeah, whatever. Next time I just roll into the fireball. That would have been the better idea. You're right, game. My fault. For trying to fucking dodge in a direction where I don't get hit. How did that hit me? What the fuck? Walked right into that. Because I was looking at the fucking fireball, because you have to look at 20 fucking things in this fucking fight. Oh my god. We're going to come back later. I'm fucking sick of this fight. This is fucking bullshit. Coming back later when I have the bomb, blowing his fucking ass up. Gee, could I get the bomb? I think I technically don't have to do the witch. I think technically I could just go to the next area. Or we could... I think that means we could technically get all the health and magic upgrades before we do any of the bosses. Technically. Do we get anything from the boss fight? Maybe we get the giant soul. I don't know. We're gonna make our way into the ruins. I hate the ruins, by the way. It's a terrible area. Way too big. Way too maze-like. Probably not the best place to go when I'm already pissed at the game. Or whatever. I'm gonna grab that though. I want my magic damage upgrade, so the next one is 800, I believe. Can't get that yet. This is just a shortcut to somewhere we've been before. This leads to nothing. Can we get the grapple? I'm thinking if you need the bomb for the next thing. I know you need the fire to open the way to get there. I don't recall if you need bomb. Nice. Multi-kill. I'd honestly rather, you know, not do this area multiple times if I don't have to. That's why I was wondering. Because I'm not fond of this area. Do not like it. Right. I try. We can get a haste upgrade. Oops. Less recovery time and faster rolls will help us. I should also probably turn on the light. I'm getting a bit dark. I'll be honest, I don't quite recall where it was. I think it was over here though. Yep. So to the stranded sailor. I don't know how far we can make it there, like I said. Or if we can even make it much further than this. But might be worth a look. Because if we can get there and get that item, then I know for a fact we can get the other magic item. And we can just clean up all the areas real nice on the quote unquote first run through. Nah, can't get there, we need the bombs. Fudge. Well, maybe we can get the magic shard at least. I don't recall. Actually, do we need to go down there, or is this the way forward? This is the way forward. So maybe we can actually get the next ability. That's another thing I don't like, by the way. That sometimes life seeds are under crates. Because, like, it just means you have to break every breakable. And I don't want to break every breakable. Because that takes a lot of time. There's no real way to track it. So, just a bit of a bother. But it's fine. If you know they're there, you can do it. It's whatever. There's another shiny over here. This is the best NPC in the game. Greetings, fellow biped. My name is Jefferson, a humble bartender and seafood enthusiast at your service. Could these human hands prepare you a delicious meal today? Sure. Great! One delicious meal coming right up. I sure do love preparing food with my multi-digited mammal hands. And he tells you some secrets. Now let me tell you a little something while you ingest your nutrients. A secret lies submerged beneath the moat in the estate of the Urn Witch. Opening it will require bringing an open flame to the East Gardens. There's a lot going on in the witch's basement, even before you reach the inner furnace. Spoiler. Yeah, inner furnace is an area where we could be. Like it's basically after we get the fire ability, we have access to working towards that area. And a stray bull carriage may grant you access to its secret. Stray bull carriage may grant you access to its secrets? I do not remember what this refers to. You look like a sprightly young biped. I'm sure you could get down through a sewer grate, right? I've heard there's a secret through a sewer pipe in the overgrown ruins. That's all I have for you now. So yeah, he tells you about secrets, which is helpful, kind of, depending on if you can figure out his quote-unquote riddles. I made quotes under the table so you can't see them. Just I don't know why. Ah, fine. I'll do the ruins first. Buzzkill. Here I thought I wouldn't have to backtrack through the ruins. That's the thing with these obstacles, right? Once you just have the tool to clear them out, you don't remember that they're there. Because they haven't been an issue. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Ow. That's not a noise you want to hear from your shoulder. Much easier than killing them myself. We don't have any. We do have a seed. put that right in here. We're going to continue using the arrow most of the time because it's a bit quicker and it's, as far as I can tell, like literally the same single target damage. For some reason, this life seed just up this ladder to the left was the last one I got. I just, you know, you see it while walking by, and I just completely forgot about it. I just never realized there was a ladder back there. Also, sneaky hidden shrine. And I just, that thing I just stumbled upon accidentally, because I was going from through the village to the pot that we just did on the left. One that we might be able to see. Yeah, the one down on the left of the screen. I was going to that pot, and I just didn't even think about the fact that there might be a secret and just dropped down and then, hey, there's a shrine. That was kind of funny. Even though, I guess you can literally see it while walking past here. I don't know what to tell you guys, I'm not very smart. Or I'm not very observant. So I like playing high perception characters in D&D, because at least that way somebody gets to see shit. Can't miss it if my passive perception is like 30. They don't do much, the little bugs. But if you just get closer with your melee weapon, they will dig out of the ground. You can't do anything to them. I believe they also have a projectile attack. Yep. So you can hit back at them and then hit them. But if you shoot them, they will panic and then not dig. So you have time to take them out. I wanna check what's in this hole. I see. Oh. We did it, Reddit. Yeah, the secret of all. Just this ladder up here. I don't know. It's just, I guess it's kind of easy to miss, but like if you see the soul, you actually, I think you can see my mouse cursor. Yeah, because of this thing. So if you see the soul that's right here, and you walk past here, and like there's no way up, right, and there's no way in, and then you just follow the line, and it's like there's very obviously a ladder here, and also you need the ladder here for this later on, anyways. So. Only a second life shot? Okay. I think we have 3 magic shards at this point. Which is nice. More magic is nice. Might give us more openings, but... was very greedy for the quadra, so I just took the hit. Actually, could you? Probably not. No, there's no way. There's no way you can actually hit a plant, bait it into shooting the other one, then climb up the ladder in time to get to the explosive wall. And the big guy in the village would have told us that he needs this horn, but I didn't talk with him because, you know, that's the type of guy I am. That is possible. I think that's how I did it casually too. And I oh, there's actually a soul. I thought for some reason that there isn't actually anything up here. Now down here we can't do a lot. Down here, I mean. This is the place that we have to remember for later. Shortcut. This is also a shortcut. Back to the village. Oh. She is a bard. I think she was one of the characters that I didn't actually talk to in my first playthrough here. Because I talked to most of the villagers, but not all of them, because whatever, they're NPCs, they don't have anything important to say. Oh, the elder is actually a lady. Well, I apologize. Her tag even is Forest Mother. I never reach it. I just, you know, assume big guy elder or whatever. Let's go in there. We'll grab the spell, which is a bomb, but said it multiple times by now. No reason to pretend to hide what it is. Not that this is the first playthrough or anything, it's like, whatever. Frocking is very good. I like when he sticks his head through stuff. Good animation. And if you attack him. Very good. I like it. And here's another door. And if you paid attention, last door meant new spell. So this is a new weapon, which is obviously not very useful for us. We're just still gonna pick it up. I don't think we can do much here yet, because we can't shoot over the wall with the arrows, I think. Nope. We have to approach this from a different side. Fine. This area also had a normal enemy encounter for an arena encounter. That was very difficult for me for some reason. That was weird. The arrow that I shot at the guy already slowed down because it thought it was going to hit. But then it didn't, so just levitated there really slowly and weirdly. I, however, will be right back. I need to do something. Hello, chat. I'm back. Sorry that took a bit longer. Turn this off. Let me look at some things real quick. Can't do that secretly before you know anymore. Now that I have a face cam. I'm gonna have to read all of that. That's too much for me right now. Also, nothing that's like that important. Or time sensitive, rather. Here we go. Oh god, was I not tapped into the game? Were you guys sitting here in silence? I just realized that shit. Sorry about that. Should have at least tapped back into the game so you guys have some noise. We're picking up a plant. We aren't super low, but we're kinda low, you know? It's just another shortcut. This fight, I think I had trouble with. No, it's not this fight, it's another one. I have vivid memories of the other fight. It's a new enemy type though. They have, as you can see, a shield. And, if you smash them, you first have to destroy their shield. Luckily, they don't have as much reach as some of the other difficult enemies. They do have the ranged attack though. Can make them a bit of a pain to deal with. But the tail is really long. And if you're paying attention, you're usually fine. Same with the melee attack, I just can't hit 3 times, I have to do 2 attacks. And not run into fireballs. Ew. That's not great. The bugs are not the nicest thing to fight in my opinion. Oh. I waited for him to start his attack animation so he can't hop away. Just because I only had the 1 arrow left. And this is the entranceway that we peeked into the dungeon through before. You guys remember? As you can see by the corpses. We have already been here. But we don't want to leave through that. That is in fact not where we need to go. This is also not where we need to go, but I think there's a soul down here that we can pick up already. There isn't, I was wrong. How dare I even exist? And one fireball does as much damage as 3 of our melee attacks. At this point, that's crazy. Walked right into that. River. This fight behind this door. That fight took me many tries. Like 4 or 5. It was hard. Oh, shortcut. We can talk with this guy, I guess. He's just like grunt, and he's like, "Oh, little bird, come here, me, blah blah, frog grunt, clever too much, big frog, won't big frog mask, he gets captured, whatever." I think the order for this bottom one first. Because walking around here and then dropping down takes a lot longer than shooting and then going up and then shooting and then shooting, you know, or running and shooting. And these have to be lit at the same time, and they don't stay lit. They stay lit for a bit, but not forever. What I meant to say. what I get for playing around with a heavy attack. Oh, this was fun. Is it a challenging puzzle to get to the soul? No. But it's fun because you have to like go out and then drop down here. Like you have to realize that's how it works. That's kind of fun. That's where we get the hammer that we're not going to use. It's bad anyways. And the reason it's bad, the same reason why the greatsword is actually not good, is because it doesn't do enough more damage. Like it has a 1.2 damage multiplier, but it only has 2 hits in the combo. So a full combo, which is just, you know, like about this fast, does 2.4 damage. Whereas, you know, a normal sword combo, which is just about as fast, does 3.0 damage. Like 4 or 5 dagger hits, which do, the dagger does 0.8, then 2 hits to 3.2. It's also just about that fast, so realistically using anything other than the daggers for anything where you have time for a full combo, not that good. Granted, it is much easier to just land 2 hits and then back out. So. But I personally prefer the normal sword. You later on get another weapon that has a 1.25 multiplier, I think. Which I then used quite a bit. But it's still not good. It had a lot of reach at least. The other one, the Thunder Hammer, doesn't have even that great reach. Like I really barely used it. I was like, oh cool, a two-handed weapon, I'm gonna use that, and then it was disappointing, and then I just tossed it into the corner not to use it again for ages. Daggers I used quite a bit. I mainly switched between the daggers and the Reaper sword until I got the last weapon, the greatsword, which I then just stuck with for the end of the game because it's a greatsword and I like greatswords. King of the Swamp is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and a good one too. Boy, it sure smells bad down here. This fight was the hardest in the entire game for me. Or, it took the most amount of tries, let's say it like that. But it was also kind of before I realized how good magic actually was. I kind of just assumed, by the fact that magic is so easily to regen, that it's more of a utility thing than an actually good weapon on my first playthrough. When magic is actually really good. And then also I got hit by like every goddamn grenade in this section. Because it just didn't pay enough attention. If you just take your time, use the fireball properly. Not a hard fight, really. Oh, is that the last one already? Hey, that's great. That means we can get the bombs, which means we can get out of here and get the hookshot. Which is such a weird order to get things in. I kind of like it. Let's pick this up, break this. It doesn't really matter. Like this is really is a non-shortcut. Doesn't do anything. Really only here so you can't get the life seed a bit earlier. So the life seed is actually a reward for this fight and not anything else. Oh, this is kind of cute. So down here you see the roots in the way, but you can also tell that there's over there it's a breakable wall that you then blindly have to break from over here. Oh, that was a cute puzzle. I'm gonna wait for the 4th mana charge, just in case I miss one. The door itself, while it opens, actually has a hitbox that you can't walk through, so it can push you away. So you have to kind of walk around it to get into the door. You can't just walk over the root, really? I walked against it on my first playthrough, but it didn't let me. It kind of makes the puzzle obsolete. Well, the puzzle. I mean, I can go back there. I wanted to go back there before I forget about it anyways. And try it out. I mean, it's not that I'm too surprised. The collision in this game is a bit wonky sometimes. Oh god. A lot of people. How did I miss the one that was attacking me? Can't deflect the fart magic. Burp. Now with the bomb we can get the hook shot. Because, I don't know. We don't play by the rules this playthrough. Be too easy. The bomb spell requires 2 magic to cast, but it also does a boatload of damage. It also does friendly fire until you have the upgrade. So, for what friendly fire does damage to yourself. You don't really. It's not like you have allies or anything. Yeah, I had a great time with the game. Some encounters feel really difficult. Like, some encounters are massive difficulty spikes for some reasons, but personally, I found the bosses to be really nice. They have really good tells and good mechanics. Like the main bosses, the 3 main bosses. Well, I don't know, like, if you want any tips. I personally think, if you want the game to be easier, one of the easiest ways to play is really just a magic run like this run is. Because magic is really good, getting magic is really easy. And if you just use the daggers and go in, get your magic up, and then go out and cast arrows or fireballs or bombs, even if you have the time, the bombs do a lot of damage. It does quite a lot, and it makes the game a lot easier because at range you don't have to deal with as many mechanics. Obviously, because most bosses have like a range, or enemies have like a ranged attack, or one way to engage you. Like the jungle grunts jump at you. Sure, you dodge that and then you hit back. But yeah, the boss fights, or well, not the boss fights, the arena encounters, let's call them that, are really difficult because it's just so many enemies and no ways to heal most of them. It takes a lot to get through those. 40 short for the haste upgrade. It's been unfortunate. That's okay. Where can I grab some quick urns to break? Probably here. I'm gonna grab the other pickup real quick. The frog king. I think the frog is really well designed. It's also definitely easier than the witch, because the witch just throws more projectiles around and it's just more stuff to pay attention to. At least for me, that's difficult. That's why I don't like bullet hell games and stuff, because I can't pay attention to that much at once. And the boss is just himself, and you just have to pay attention to the floor, which you do anyways. Yeah. Also, the way to the frog is a lot harder than the frog itself, but that goes for most bosses in my opinion. Or all the bosses, really. I defeated all the bosses except for the final one on my first try. Final one took me like 3, but I'm also used to playing these kind of games, so that doesn't mean too much. You know? Like, if you're not used to playing these kinds of games, these very dodge heavy, learning patterns kind of games, it's just much more difficult. Yeah, the shortcuts really help a lot, that's true, that's true. The level design in this game is great in that department, because it's just every tiny bit of progress you get a shortcut. We got the bombs. I wanted to check on the root thing that you said, just because I'm curious. This would be funny. Yeah, the Dark Souls games are just a lot about or Dark Souls and games like this are just about going in, learning what the boss does, maybe dying to it a couple times, and then eventually you beat him. Right? Most of the time, you're not dying because the boss is unfair or anything. I say most of the time because there's... In this game, there aren't any unfair bosses. There's some encounters that are really difficult. Nothing ever felt unfair to me in this game. Well, the fireball upgrade boss and the bosses in general, the fireballs that float around them when they jump across them sometimes move weird. That feels a bit bullshit, but generally speaking, nothing in this game feels unfair to me. Dark Souls definitely has some bullshit bosses. Dark Souls 2 has a lot of bullshit bosses. But it's really just about learning how the game works. Inconsistency is your worst enemy, yeah. I get that. That's why I don't usually play like glass cannons. Because making one mistake and you lose the entire fight is just rough. It also doesn't feel good to me. That's a 3rd life shard, I think. And it's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to check for for the bomb thing, where you said we can just walk over the route. Oh, was it actually the 4th? Oh no, it wasn't. Sad. I got excited. Thought we got a health upgrade. Wait, if we move up here, get through there, right? Yeah. You can just walk over it? Yeah, yeah. I can see it already, that you can just... Yeah, run over it. Just wedge yourself. That's dumb. But the intended way is definitely to bomb your way through this. That's funny, though. Getting lost in the game is easy, yeah. The overgrown ruins are the worst for that. I don't like them. Like, the dungeon is okay. And the dungeon part after this, watery part is okay. And all the other areas were totally fine with me, but the overgrown ruins took so much out of me in my first playthrough. Because I could not find my way around. Let me go there. Whatever. We are leaving. We're getting the hookshot. We're gathering up all the stuff at once we're done. I want to get all the spells, and then we go finish up the witch and her area, that sort of stuff. So we don't have to backtrack as much, I guess. I want to backtrack less by backtracking more, if that makes sense. I also just kind of want to throw bombs at the witch. Because it's gonna be funny. For me, not for the witch. We already got a teleport over there. You can get it right after getting the bombs, I assume. Because, like, the spells are the only thing that limit your progress. You just, from the graveyard, you have to... So to get to this area, I don't know if you've been here yet. From the gravedigger guy, you basically go left of him, like top left of him, and just stick to the top left. Don't go up the ladder, go past that. And then there's a fire thingy that you have to put on fire. And then you can just walk past here. You can get here with the fireball. You can only get past here with the bomb. Because you can only get to right this very spot without the bomb. Sorry, I punched my microphone. So I tried to get the hookshot earlier because I was curious if we could get it before the bombs. But you can't because there's a bomb barrier in the way. There's also a new weapon here which is pretty good. It has a nice reach that you could get, I think, immediately after getting the bombs. Actually, let's... Well, no, you can't get it. You need the hookshot for the weapon. Let's get the hookshot first and then do it in the intended order. Alright. I just keep blabbering on then. So yeah, what we did this playthrough is basically we did the first dungeon until we got the fire spell, then we went to the second dungeon until we get the bomb spell, and now we're in the third dungeon until we get the hookshot spell. Which is definitely... I mean, it's obviously intended, otherwise they wouldn't give you the option to do it, right? But it's not the way you're supposed to progress through the game, if that makes sense. This dungeon also gave me a bit of trouble for in terms of finding my way through the first time. That's fine. I mean, that's what dungeons are supposed to do, right? You're not supposed to just walk through them as if they're nothing. Can I reach this from here? Yes. Actually, I don't think that does anything. No, it doesn't, because we don't have the grapple hook yet. That's for later. bomb is so good. Does so much damage. We did this, we don't need to go there. Don't queue next. The middle way, basically straight through, just leads to the door. We have to go to the door later on anyway, so there's no point in going there yet. Double kill. Totally didn't almost die. But we only got 2 of the 4 crows. Much easier to find your way if you got the layout of the dungeon burned into your head because you ran through it for like 2 hours searching for a pot. Not that I would know how that's like. We could talk with some ghosts for lore here, but I don't care. They are the old lock people, and they tell us how everything was better back in the day. Back in my day, the youth had respect for their elders. Didn't like run around and reap people or anything. Terribly rude of you. Come on. if you walk into the lasers while doing the puzzle, it resets. So don't do that. That's slow and inefficient. If anybody is curious, this is the last part in the game that I was missing because I for some reason just never checked the room by searching through all the dungeons and stuff where I had missed stuff. I knew it was in here because I got the hint from Pothead that it was in this dungeon, and I searched this goddamn dungeon for 2 hours. Like, I swear, like 15% of my completion time of my first playthrough is like this goddamn dungeon. Take care of the caster first. Important that we remember to pick up the spooky ghosts. We need those. That's the reason we're here. The other dungeon completion, the torches and stuff we can do later. I mean, I'm gonna grab them when I'm walking past them anyways, but that's not why we are here right now. It's what I'm trying to say. This is a weird puzzle to me because, I mean, it really isn't a puzzle because it's just a laser and you can just, you know, do that. So it really isn't anything. I don't know what the intention is. Maybe that you roll through the laser, but even if you don't want to shoot them, you can just walk past here and then go here and then walk back. It's just not a problem. I think with 1,000 souls we are strong enough to upgrade our magic power again, or have enough to upgrade our magic power again. I believe. Which, given that it's our main damage source, would obviously be kind of helpful. And the next upgrade is 1500, which we are probably not going to get before getting 2 dexterity and haste 3 or something, so I kind of expect that this is as strong as our magic is going to be for pretty much the rest of the playthrough. Maybe not. Maybe I'll upgrade it some more. Maybe I'll... Guess it depends. If I come back with 1500 souls, I might as well. It is, after all, our pretty much only form of damage. Now, I think we've been everywhere but here. I mean, we've been here, but not the other way, I guess. I think? No, we got a key. The key was in the other room. Or the keyhole was in the other room. So the other side of this room. The other diagonal. And with that we can get the last spirit. Fantastic start to this fight. We definitely want to get rid of the melee guy first. The clouds don't immediately do damage to you. They need like a bit of time to take the damage. And they're programmed that way because there's enemies that spawn them on death. And they didn't want you to just immediately take damage from a melee hit. Like, if you have to melee kill them because you have no magic left, right? They didn't want you to just automatically take a hit from that, so they needed a bit to do the poison damage to you. Which is nice, but it also makes the green wizards not super dangerous. That's probably why they shoot 3 of them and have this huge AoE, because they're not all that dangerous even with that. Yeah. Now we can get the hook shot. And with that we have all the spells. Which then means we could grab all the spell upgrades. Or we wait a bit with that until I'm stronger. I think we're going to try and grab at least the fireball upgrade. I want that. And the bomb upgrade. The bow upgrade, in my opinion, isn't even that great. And the hookshot upgrade is not good for this playthrough. Good for a normal playthrough where your weapon does damage, but not that good for this playthrough. We're probably still gonna grab it, but not particularly high up on my priority list is what I'm trying to say. not nice. You can use the green projectiles to help with the glaive guy. And give us some magic charges back, because they recharge whenever you hit anything, so... Obviously helps a lot when you're just trying to keep your distance, do some easy damage. Another tip I can give, if there's a mage in the fight, you just are fine with the fight taking a bit, you can really just take your time, counter the projectiles and do magic damage. Oh, was unlucky. Or less unlucky, more so rolled in the wrong direction. With this, we got the last spell before even beating our first boss. We didn't even have to sequence break, technically. I wonder if you could, though. Because I think we didn't need the bomb for anything inside of the dungeon. So if you could get past that one wall, you might be able to get hookshot even earlier. Also, hookshot sounds like a machine gun if you use it close to a wall. Listen. You spam it close to a wall. Sounds a bit like a heavy belt-fed machine gun. Hookshot is nice and quick, but it can be a bit finicky to use it. This is, by the way, also one of the... Oh, never mind. I thought it was one of the easiest ways to get the achievement, but I forgot that the ones sitting on the table are actually not set to follow you, so... I don't know, do the achievement when I did it, which is way earlier. I guess. It's not that long into the game, like it's right after entering the witch's palace or something, or not the palace, the area with where the witch lives. You can do the achievement already, so it's gonna cost you like, I don't know, 30 minutes. If you care about the achievement, that's not that much effort. Whatever. We could have just skipped from over there to here, by the way. We've been closer to this one anyway, so... What I do not like about the hookshot is that you can't like spam it really nice. Like, what I mean is, if you hook yourself to a pillar, you have to kind of walk past the pillar to hook yourself to the next one, because you're not attached to it and could just hook to the next one. It puts you on the floor. So if you just spam like this, you might... either walk off because it doesn't register in the spell input, or you might hit the same one that you've been on, like it's just there. So I just gotta take some time with it, which is fine. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it would feel cooler if you could just spam it. Have enough for an upgrade? 400 would be enough for a strength upgrade, which I'm not going to get because we're doing poopy damage anyways. Guess that means we can just go to the cemetery and get our spell upgrades now. Just gonna grab some magic charges real quick. So what you have to do here is, first of all, you have to bump off the wall. And then hookshot doesn't need any mana, so you don't have to worry about that. But you do have to be somewhat quick about it. Like, you do need to hookshot and be moderately quick about it before the other brazier goes out. And this is actually the arrow upgrade. So you need all 3 spells to get the arrow upgrade. Which would imply that the arrow upgrade is the best one, but I would disagree. At least in my casual playthrough, it didn't seem very good. At least he doesn't have annoying fire effects where you can't see shit. Not that. No, they do AoE, no. Probably not winning this try. Oh, I didn't think he'd have enough reach. That's on me. I thought I was far enough away to not get hit by that. So I had the perfect read on what he was going to do, but I didn't have the spacing. I hate that they all get the stupid fireball. Just too much to pay attention to. Sorry. Oh, come on. I thought it was far enough away. That actually blows. I have no idea how close to death he is either. I think they all summoned 3 fireballs. Maybe only the fire one summoned 3 fireballs. No! I knew you were going to do that. We don't punish the slam attack for that very reason. At least not with the melee attack. Oh, roll too early. This is much easier if your melee weapon does damage too. Fights are so much quicker. Do something. Follow up. Yes. Yeah, if you want to be really safe in this fight, you just punish the follow-up. And don't walk into fireballs. So, if they do the slam attack, well, don't do that. If you want to be really safe, don't walk into attacks. if they, all their attacks are slam attacks, right? Their first attacks are always slam attacks. It's the jump slam attack, or it's the normal slam attack, or the long slam attack that stuns you. Both the jump attack and the normal slam attack can have a follow-up. I believe the jump attack can only have the round swipe, but the normal one can have the round swipe or the stab. The stab is nice because it has the biggest opening, but you can also punish the round swipe. What you shouldn't do, unless you're confident, which I shouldn't be because I keep getting hit by stuff, is not punish the first hit. Only punish when they actually do the follow-up. So now we could have went in for 2 hits, but I missed. Now I shouldn't have. Now we can. Or you can punish the first hit with your magic. That's fine. But with melee, we shouldn't. Though to be fair, if you level strength, you also have a bit more melee range. But if you see the long slam attack, and you can get in melee range before they finish it, but not in front of them because of so much damage. God damn it. That was really bad. You can get a lot of melee hits, and that's what I was trying to say. Then I didn't finish my sentence because of getting hit. Wow. Didn't see that. That was close. Okay. Good to know that that does damage too. Now the thing is, we're not getting much stronger, so I do have to beat him pretty much in this state. So yeah, the big ground slam where they stun you only does damage where their weapon hits, so you can already when you read it, when you see the tell, which is just that they raise their weapon over their head, you just position behind them and get ready. 2 fireballs, okay, okay. Cool. Cool, cool. Let's just throw the fight immediately. Why won't we? Yeah, but be careful not to stand in fireballing distance when they do the ground slam, because otherwise you're just boned. Ooh, that was close. Oh, we got him. That's the first spell upgrade. It actually gives me a chance to try out the arrow against the other guardians. The silent servants, sorry. So now we can basically just charge our arrow for longer. Has 2 stages. First one is still just as fast. Second one. Doesn't take super long to charge, but it's a noticeable difference. It's like kind of like the second charge of the bow and arrow is kind of between. That's not actually where I need to go. Kind of between fireball and bomb. Like first charge is this fast, fireball is this fast, bomb is. Might actually take longer than the bomb. Probably just about the same. Hard to say how much it like, I haven't really tested how much damage it does, or looked it up, because I would assume people have documented how much damage it does, at least in comparison. Anyways, that's our first upgrade. The next upgrade we're going to get is the bombs, I think. They're a bit closer. We need to find the bridge. That bridge. So before we get bomb upgrade, we are obviously going to grab this pickup here so we don't have to walk all the way to the bridge again. It's just a soul, but it's a free soul, so might as well grab it right now. Yeah, so at least double damage. The upgrade arrow. Oh, we don't have another seed. Dang. I'm gonna search that one for ages later. I just know it already. Thought I'd outrange it. Retry. Doing pretty much the entire fight on 1 health doesn't sound ideal to me. I rolled right into that. I think it feels like the the double charged bow shot does a little bit less damage than a bomb, but it only costs 1. So that's pretty good. Probably gonna be our main damage for the run then. Oh, I guess get used to hearing pring, ping, pring, ping, pring, ping. At least it's 2 different noises now instead of 1 when I'm spamming normal arrows. We're getting the fireball upgrade. And then we're grabbing the hookshot upgrade. How many souls do I have? 700. I think our next dexterity upgrade will be 1000. And our next whatchamacallit, haste upgrade would be 800. I'm honestly not sure if either of those are worth. I mean, they're definitely worth picking, but I'm thinking I might honestly just save up for Magic 5. Just damage capping just sounds like a really good idea to me. We can grab a magic crystal. I think that's a magic crystal. And then we have 1 more magic. That'll be good. We can't talk to. I don't have enough energy. Go. Are there any mushrooms or something? Why are there any mushrooms? Anything to punch, please? A vase. Or a vase. Take the crates. I guess since we're here, we might as well get the hookshot upgrade first then. Because that's right around the corner. First we can pick up another doohickey. Shiny. That's just a token of death, whatever. Doesn't matter. I think we are going to collect spell upgrades, and then I might be done for today, because dinner is soon and we've been also playing for like 4 hours. Don't want to overdo it. I pressed for the roll, but it doesn't matter. Whatever. Nice. I was a bit scared because I only had 1 health so early this fight. But yeah. Now we can do a powerful slash after a hookshot, which means we're gonna do like normal sword slash damage, because I believe it does double normal, like it does a heavy attack basically. I can show it off. It's like just this, you know, triangle shaped thing. It's usually bigger because you level strength, and it gets bigger with weapon reach too. So if you use it with the greatsword, it gets real big. Oh. Apropos greatsword, I'm gonna grab that real quick too, just because it's a neat pickup. I want to show it off because it's a riddle pickup. And if people are like me, they actually broke the riddle, to be fair. So the first clue of the riddle is over there. We're going over here. As you can see, we need the hookshot for this. So I didn't do it earlier. The first clue of the riddle is here. There are weaknesses in the walls the eyes can see. Beneath the wooden walkway, a secret waits for thee. Okay. So, somewhere beneath a hidden walkway, a wall is kind of fishy. That one I figured out. That one isn't too hard. Basically, right down here. And we have the weakness under the walls the eyes can see. Behind twin columns the secret waits for thee. I could not, for the life of me, find the 2 goddamn columns that were meant. So I just started bombing every wall I could find. We are just going to walk to the twin columns because now I know where they are. And after I've seen them, I was like, oh yeah, of course, that makes sense. Right? The twin columns are this right here. Bonk this, and then secret behind the walls, where the giant face stares, a secret waits for thee. That was the second one I found. Because I just walked there and I was like, that thing looks weird. That gotta mean something. So I tried throwing bombs into its mouth, does nothing. And then I just threw it at the wall and that was the hole. And this one says, beneath the gargoyle a secret waits for thee. And the gargoyle is over here. And this one says, we exist to serve those. Would never find any of these. Yeah, I mean, I really, like I said, I just started bombing walls, and then I just happened across the one with the face, and that one says a gargoyle, so I was like, okay, where's the gargoyle? I walked around the corner, saw a gargoyle, I was like, sure, it's gotta be there, and then this one is already the last one, right? So like, the first one is, you might think it's difficult, but it's literally the only wooden walkway that is connected to any wall that you can see. So, if you're just looking at every wooden walkway in the... Well, that's some quote-unquote gamer knowledge. I just assumed it would have to be in this area. Technically, it could be under every wooden walkway because it is specified in this area. But, yeah. It's the only one. But it took me a while to try bombs. I tried slashing it because that was obvious to me for some reason. I thought slashing makes sense. But I just didn't think of bombs for a while. Yay, we finally have our full magic. Well, not a full magic. We have full magic crystals, so now we have 5 instead of 4. Which will help us, probably. And then once you've grabbed all of them, you can just get the greatsword over there. Which we are not going to be able to use because this is an umbrella run and I'm not allowed to unequip it. The word in this game is pretty, yeah, that's true. The characters look nice too, and they're fun. Most of them at least. Some are a bit bland. A lot of the not so important NPCs are bland. The greatsword's pretty good. It's still not great for DPS, but it has a ton of reach and it does decent damage. The umbrella basically just does half as much damage as the normal sword. That's the only difference. Otherwise, it's just the Reaper sword. But given that the achievement for the umbrella run doesn't restrict you to not using magic, you can just do a magic build. Basically ignore strength completely and just go for magic and dexterity and haste. And just shoot stuff with your bow. Though the game is significantly easier if you use a weapon that actually does damage, because then you can just level strength and magic equally, and dex and haste, and do decent damage too. But yeah, if you look, you see in the bottom right there's stats. So this thing is 0.5, 3 swings, 2.5 range or for swing time, and it's the same as the Reaper sword except it does half as much damage. And then the Thunder Hammer has a swing less but does a bit more damage and swings a bit slower. The Greatsword has more range, even more damage than the Thunder Hammer, which means the Thunder Hammer is completely useless actually, because it's just worse than the Greatsword but otherwise the same weapon. And then the Rope Daggers are really good because they swing a lot and they do the best DPS in the game out of all the weapons, because they do 0.8 damage but they swing a lot faster. They also have less reach, but due to the fact they hit a lot, they also build magic quick. I would use them for a magic build if, you know, I wasn't bound to the umbrella. For the achievement. Actually, that reminds me. This... Oh yeah, right. I wanted to check because this one... Trade-off is also that the umbrella is much cuter than the regular sword. Yes. If only it would actually rain anywhere, so you could make use of that special effect, quote unquote. We are going to the fire upgrade. That's what I wanted to do. And then once we get the fire upgrade, we are going to start picking up all the things. And once we picked up all the things, we are going to fight the bosses, I guess. So we're going to pick up all the things in the witch's palace stuff, at least all the stuff that I remember. And then we're going to defeat her, and then we're gonna continue the same thing in the forest ruins, and then do the same thing in the mountains. My mom just brought me food, so I guess we're going to end the stream here soon. Because I want to eat. Tell you what, we are going to go to the fire thing, and then probably end the stream. So I'm gonna do my shtick. What food? It's, oh god, what's that in English? let me give you a second. Oh god, I just full screened my own stream. That's not what I wanted to do. What's that in English? Oh, fish cake and French fries. What that would be? Fish cakes, multiples. Let me open this again and then tap back into the game. So, but yeah. Anyways, up there. So, I hope it's going to be. Yeah. I will show you the French fry. Oh god, it looks so bad with the color correction. It looks so white, so pale. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. I'm going to continue this probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Probably tomorrow. I was thinking because Saturday is Dungeons and Dragons, so I don't have time then. But thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a follow so you can see when I'm live again. I, once again, will tell you all that I plan to stream more regularly and then not do it anyways. Because that's the type of person I am. But we are definitely going to We're going to finish this Death Store run. Probably 100% it, because I don't know, I feel like it. So far, at least. And we are going to stream Elden Ring when that comes out. Everybody's going to do it, but I want to do it, so I'm gonna do it. In between this and Elden Ring, there's gonna be some days, because we're gonna finish it like either Friday or then whatever the stream after that is. So, I don't know what we're gonna stream. I thought about giving Absolver a try, because I thought saw Sifu, and Sifu looked cool, so I thought maybe I could try Absolver, and the community seems to be nice from what I've researched. So that might be something worth streaming. If not that, we could continue the Dragon's Dogma post-game stuff, or start that, because we barely did anything there. But I didn't feel like that today. I wanted to do that today, but I didn't feel like it. I just powered through a lot of Dragon's Dogma, because I really liked the game. And I wanted to get to post-game, but then I kind of played so much of it that I didn't want to play post-game anymore. Whatever. Anyways, thank you for watching. Be sure to leave a follow if you want to see more. And I will see you guys next time. I wish I knew what any of these games were. I mean, you can look them up. I'm gonna put them into the stream chat real quick. It's Absolver, Dragon's Dogma. If you want to see Dragon's Dogma, I uploaded everything we did so far to my YouTube channel. I'm gonna do that with the SWAT 2 later. And Elden Ring. Yeah. I'm gonna link the YouTube channel in a second. There's some bullshit videos on there, and there's like the entire Dragon's Dogma playthrough, all 20 something hours we did so far of it. And VODs is on there if you want to watch them. You don't have to. It's a lot of content. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to eat now before my food gets cold, so thanks for watching once again for the third time now. Thanks for the follows. Hope you enjoyed your time here. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a nice evening, morning, rest of your day, whatever. Bye.